All right, welcome, folks. This is Ron with the Aurora Chasers, and we are bringing the Northern Lights to you live tonight from Fairbanks, Alaska. We are waiting for some action here. It's early in the evening. We're just getting started. You can see a really faint green glow there in the screen or in the camera view. We're hoping that picks back up. We did this last night, had a lot of success right at the end of the night. We will do the same again tonight. We'll probably stream until about 3 a.m. Typically, between now and about 3 a.m. is our peak times to be watching the aurora, so we'll keep this stream going until then. Lots to talk about. If you guys have any questions about the aurora or anything like that, feel free to let us know in the comments, and we'll try to answer those questions as they come in. All right. Enjoy the show, and hopefully, we get some action here in a little bit. Welcome, everybody. Looks like we've got a few of you watching at the moment, and maybe some new folks here. So, this is Ron with the Aurora Chasers, and we are live streaming the Northern Lights from here in Fairbanks, Alaska. As you can see, there's not a lot of action on the camera. There's a few little streaks there and a little bit of aurora there. We'll keep an eye on things and see how things go throughout the night. We will be streaming from from now until about 3 a.m. Alaska time. And typically, as the night goes on, things build up and they get a little bit better. So we should hopefully get some action. We've got some good conditions here tonight. So we'll keep an eye on things. If you guys have any questions about the aurora or about anything else related to it, feel free to pop those down in the chat and we'll be happy to answer those questions. If you are new here and you are not already subscribed, please do subscribe to the channel. And when you do so, make sure you click that bell icon so that you can be alerted when we live stream in the future. We're going to try to keep these live streams going as often as we can. When we're not out running tours out in remote locations, we will stream if we have nice, clear nights with Aurora. So be sure you are subscribed so you don't miss that. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat, and I will try to monitor the chat there and answer your questions. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to refresh the chat window. I do see your your comments now. Sorry, wasn't seeing any of that before. Hey, Chris. Thanks. Glad you're here. Cameron says she has a question. She's planning on moving to Fairbanks next year, midsummer or before the winter hits. Could I be expecting snow in those times? I'm not familiar with Alaska at all. It's always possible to get snow any time of year in Alaska. It's not normal to get snow in the summer, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. If it does snow, it doesn't last long during the summer. Pretty much from about anytime June, July, and August, we're usually pretty good. In fact, we have been known in Fairbanks to get temperatures as hot as 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer. So gets pretty warm here. I wouldn't worry too much about it if you're coming in those peak summer months. Hey, awesome, Queen Bear. Glad to hear you just found our YouTube and you are now subscribed. We will be doing all of our live stream and video content over here from here on out and focusing more on the photography over on the Facebook page. So glad to have you along. Chris was asking what camera we're streaming with. This is the Sony a7S III. Hey, Alethea, I remember you. Welcome back. Good to see you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Not to worry at all, Cameron. If you're going to be here living in Fairbanks, opportunities will be plentiful. It does take getting out and spending some late nights, and you got to have some clear skies and some good aurora conditions. But luckily, those things come together quite frequently here. As mentioned, we start the stream at 11 o'clock, and we will run until about 3 o'clock because that's your peak times to be out there seeing the auroras. Hey, Shane Joseph's back. Good to see you again. Yeah, get quite a get the same questions quite often. Anytime you're meeting new folks and chatting with new folks who haven't experienced Alaska or the Aurora or the photography bit or anything like that, it's pretty common to get. There's quite a few questions that are very similar. People are always learning about it. Yeah, Cameron, the heat coming from Texas, it'll probably be no problem to have the heat. The cold is going to be pretty brutal. But after about a year, I know this sounds crazy, but after about a year, your blood thickens up and you get more acclimated to it. And if you have the right clothing, it's not as bad as it sounds. So, when you get here, that first fall, get into REI and get geared up well, and you should be in good shape. If you haven't found it on our website at www.theaurorachasers.com, in the FAQs of our website, there is a whole section devoted to what to wear when you're going out to see the Northern Lights. And for you, living here, coming from Texas, that's going to be appropriate for most winter activities you're going to do. So check that out and get some ideas in your head for things you need to pick up along the way. Hey, Lathia, we are on Instagram. We do not have a TikTok. I have resisted that. I'm getting too old for that kind of stuff. But um, maybe someday. I'm really infatuated with YouTube and their shorts and how they're doing with that. I'm kind of curious to see how that goes, and so I'm going to focus my attention there. And if it looks like in 6 months to a year, TikTok is still the platform to be on, I will probably start producing content there. But it's just there's so much to keep track of. I'm gonna have to get a social media person at some point. Yeah, no problem at all, Cameron. Glad to help out, and yeah, it's a lot to learn. If you are on Reddit, there is a Fairbanks subreddit that is full of pretty helpful people, so people can give you all kinds of ideas about what to expect. It's a great place to ask questions when you're moving here and need to, as you think of things, you can pop them in there and ask around, and there's always a handful of folks that'll help you out there. Hey, Shane Joseph. I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you asking if it's just Marquette and myself tonight, or if we have a group tonight, or help me understand that a little bit better, and I'll be happy to answer it. No, got Marquetta here and the kiddos here. Uh, he'll he gets to stay up on weekends till about midnight, so he'll be hanging out watching with us as well. Hey Juan, that's great. I'm glad to hear you get to see him 5 out of 7 nights. That's a pretty darn good track record. Yeah, February 2017 was pretty good. And yeah, September is definitely a little easier on you than February, temperature wise. It is a bit more cloudy typically in September, sorry, than it is in February. That was not true this last February. We got a lot of snow and a lot of snowy, cloudy days this last February. But typically and historically, September is a bit more cloudy. So do like you did last time. Plan to spend a full, 5 to 7 nights out there so that you can increase your odds. But should be a good time to come. What are the chances of to watch lights during September, October? Excellent. Your odds are just as good, minus the weather factor, in September and October as they are in February and March. So, statistically, the equinox months are the best time. So we're talking about a month before the equinox and a month after. That's typically your best activity levels, both in the fall and the spring. We've got a whole video covering that topic on our channel. So if you want to dive into that, feel free to check that video out at some point. I think it's titled "Best When's the Best Time to See the Northern Lights in Alaska" or something like that. But that video will break all that down for you. So Marquetta's sitting here with me, and she was just bringing to my attention that we have some nice South BZ. So I'm going to pull up the ACE chart here and kind of show you guys what we're looking at the moment, trying to figure out what the aurora is going to do. I do see on the east part of the sky, which I'm not able to point at the moment with the camera, but a little bit of a ribbon starting to pick up. But what we're looking at in this chart really tonight is we're kind of watching that BZ, which is the red line at the top of the chart. And when it's below that white dashed line, that's good for aurora. And that was kind of in our way a lot last night. So with that BZ being south, winds look pretty good. Density's a little low, but not bad. So we could very well get some aurora action here. And then if that BZ goes north or above that white dash line, what we consider positive or north BC, then about, what's the wind speeds tonight? Basically, if the 550. Okay, so with tonight's winds, we're looking at probably about a 40-minute, maybe even 35-minute lead time. So if that goes north, you'll see the aurora kind of turn off typically about 30 to 45 minutes later, 35 to 45 minutes later with these wind speeds tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, everything looks pretty good, especially with 550 kilometer wind speeds. So we're looking great. Shane Joseph, it's not as spread out as it was last night. It's fairly banded to the north. Let me swing the camera a little north. We're kind of looking northwest-ish right now, but let me swing that back a little more to the north. We've got some trees kind of blocking the view immediately that direction, but if we swing that way, you can see there is a decent band there. And so we're just kind of waiting for that to take off and move a little bit more to the left of this frame or to the west. Once the aurora really picks up, it's pretty low on the horizon at the moment. It's a little above the horizon, but not much. But once it really takes off, it'll move over to the left of this frame, and I'll swing the camera back west, and then we'll have a nice view of it. You can kind of see the Big Dipper poking through there on the camera behind the trees there. At least I can see most of the stars. I think I just can't see the point of the pot there, but the rest of them are popping through there. It is starting to brighten up a little bit, so let's keep an eye on it. Hopefully we'll get some good stuff. Yeah, it really is. It's pretty. It's hard when you're live streaming to have those trees right there, but I actually kind of like the aurora behind the trees like that. It gives it some depth. Just shifted the brightness just a touch on that image so that you guys can see that aurora a little bit better. And hopefully, I don't know if it's coming through in the live stream, but in my preview, I can see a little bit of the trees now, a little bit of the trunks of them. Hopefully, that's showing up in the live stream as well. That band is definitely getting more intense, and it looks, not a lot of motion in it yet, but it looks like it wants to start doing something here. So hopefully we'll get a little flare up. Be nice to have it early instead of right at 3 o'clock like last night. Hey there, Sue. Yeah, you certainly can. It's definitely picking up a little bit in the intensity, isn't it? Getting a little larger on that band and a little bit higher up. All right, for those folks just tuning in, my name is Ron. I'm with the Aurora Chasers, and we are live streaming from Fairbanks, Alaska, watching the Northern Lights tonight. And we will try to do this as often as possible. It's not always possible because we do run Northern Lights photo tours a good part of the winter, but when we're have a night off or when we have cell service while we're out on the tours, if we're able to, we'll live stream right here on the channel. So if you're not already, please do like and subscribe the channel, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you hit that bell icon so that you get notifications when we do go live. That way you don't ever miss it. there are some nights where it is just pretty mind blowing to watch. And so those are fun nights to be tuned in on the live stream. Oh, that's awesome, Sue. Thanks, appreciate it, and glad you're following along. And yeah, I hope you get him to come up here. Would be would be a fun trip. It's just going to get better and better and better the next couple of years here too. So we're heading back into the solar max, and things have definitely picked up activity wise. So it'd be a good time to come out in the next couple of years. Hello to John and Gnome. Thanks for tuning in, John. How's it looking up your way? All right, that band is definitely getting a little higher and bigger, and we're starting to get some streaks kind of picking up overhead. So I'm going to swing the camera back to the west just slightly. Currently, we're pretty much looking due north, and we're going to kind of swing back towards the northwest here. I'll leave it right about there so we can kind of see the whole thing, and then if that overhead band takes off, we'll be in a good position to watch it. Oh, that's always a bummer, John. We've had our fair share of clouds and snow already this season here too. Last week was really challenging. We had I think maybe 2 nights we were able to get out of clouds out of the whole week. Yeah, Priya, it sure is. It's starting off as a pretty night here. Yeah, John, I can relate all too well. Unfortunately, the you didn't miss much, to be honest. The what aurora we did have kind of started really early, way earlier than typical. I think around 8 or 9 o'clock, and then it kind of faded out by 10:30, and it didn't really come back until 3 o'clock in the morning. Right before 3 o'clock, right before breakup, we got a little burst of it, and then it kind of slowly dissipated again. So don't feel too bad. I don't think you missed a whole lot last night, other than that uh, little finale there. Hey Denise, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we'll get a little more action tonight than last night. Yeah, right? Shay and Joseph says, "Who needs fireworks when you have Aurora?" I agree. This is some of the greatest fireworks I've ever seen. Okay, y'all, we've got a little band starting kind of in the southwest and going overhead. So I'm going to move the camera that direction. And it looks like it may take off. We'll see what happens here. There we go, coming into camera view right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'll point up and show you guys just kind of where she's going there, but kind of right up overhead. So if that takes off, we'll point back up at it and maybe we'll get lucky and get a little bit of corona. If you've never seen the aurora when we get what we refer to as a corona, we refer to it as corona because that's the Spanish word for crown. So when the aurora crowns the sky, when you're looking straight up at it, you're looking hundreds of miles, literally, up into the aurora. And so the lines tend to converge in the center and spread out as they appear to be closer, or as they are closer to you, really. It's kind of like looking down a set of railroad tracks, how eventually the two tracks almost look like they're touching, but right near you they look fairly far apart. And it's a really neat thing to see. I hope we get to show you a little bit of that. Hi, Priya. Yeah, that's a great question. Typically, we see green auroras almost any night we see aurora. We're going to have green auroras, and that's pretty common. However, we do end up with some purples on occasion down at the bottom edge of the aurora, and very rarely we get some nice reds way up at the top of the sky. If you're interested in learning more about that, at some point, check out the videos on our channel. There's a whole section about the Aurora Explained, and we have a whole video that talks about what creates the colors and what different colors you can see and how all that happens. Another good video on the channel as it relates to the colors is Are These Colors Fake? I think is what the video is titled. But it's really a question about what are we seeing with our eyes versus what is the camera picking up, because the two things are different. So if I were to go outside right now and look at this with my own eyes, it would actually look a little bit more monochromatic than what the camera's seeing, and that's just because our night vision sees black and white. It doesn't really see color, and so most of the time, the aurora is dim enough we're looking at it with our night vision. But on occasion it does get bright enough, especially those purples, when those happen, that our color vision can pick it up and we're able to see that color. The greens even get that bright on occasion. But most of the time, if you consciously think about it, or if you've never seen the aurora, then when you first step out and look at it, it'll look kind of black and white to you. Um, I have been looking through a camera for so long that it looks pretty colorful to me because my brain tricks itself into seeing what the camera sees. But when I stop and think about it or get questions about it and I look at it, I do realize it is actually kind of more black and white as far as our eyes can see. Those colors that these cameras are picking up are actually there. It's just that we're not tuned to be able to see that in such low light conditions. So, kind of camera actually helps. It makes things look better. If you're just joining us for the first time, welcome, folks. This is Ron with the Aurora Chasers. We are live streaming the Northern Lights from Fairbanks, Alaska tonight. And this is a live view of what's happening out in the northwest part of the sky at the moment. Got a fairly decent green band on the north part of the sky. That's that lower bit you see that's the brightest there and kind of moves off to the right of the frame. You can see a couple of the stars of the Big Dipper there up in the trees on the right, top right of the side of the frame. And then we've got a really faint band kind of going overhead, almost due west. That's on the left side of the screen there. And it was a bit stronger a bit earlier, but it seems to be fading back out. But if you are new here, please do subscribe to the channel. We will be live streaming the Aurora as often as we are able. We do run Northern Lights photo tours, and so we are out many nights in remote locations away from cell service, and we're not able to stream, but whenever we're able to, we'll be doing so here on the channel this winter. So if you're not already, subscribe and click that bell icon so that you get notified when we go live, so that you can check it out. And when we have those really spectacular nights, you'll be watching them with us. Yeah, no problem, Priya. I hope you get to see the auroras without the screen someday too. It's definitely something worth seeing with your own eyes. It's magical in the photos and the videos, but it's never quite the same as actually experiencing it. Hey, Dennis. Dennis is asking, can you suggest some places I can drive to photograph while I'm still in town? Yeah, check out our website, www.theaurorachasers.com. Go to the FAQs, and near the bottom of the page, there's a list of about 6 different locations that you can drive out to, as well as some notes about those locations. Some are better for photography than others. Some are great for just viewing the aurora, but if you're trying to take photos, there's too many lights around and whatnot. But yeah, check out our website, FAQs page, and near the bottom, I believe the question in the FAQs is, I'm only with you for one night, where else can I go? Something along those lines. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Dennis, that ended up being a great night too. It was great to have you out. How's work going? Hopefully, they're keeping you busy, but not so busy you're not able to get out and enjoy this once in a while. Sweet magical baby, thank you very much. We're glad to do it. Yeah, Chris, it really does. It's been a big step up for us and the video department, and been able to live stream and film the auroras. Marcy says, just tuning in, thinking about heading to Fairbanks November 11th. Let me look at our schedule and see what we've got going out for tours. I know I've got a couple other folks that are asking about going out on the 11th. So if you wanted to join us, you could shoot me over an email, and I'd be happy to to coordinate that with you. Otherwise, same suggestion as I just gave Dennis a bit ago. On our website, there's a list of some locations that you can drive yourself out to as well in the FAQs section. Oh, that's great, Mary Grace. Yeah, that's a good way to gauge it. If it's not showing up on our camera here in Fairbanks, you're probably not seeing anything in Anchorage. It's rare, but just FYI, it does happen on occasion that they're so far south that they're not in view of our webcam, and then they are in Anchorage. But you'll probably know it because it'll be all over social media. Everybody will be talking about it in the Aurora groups. That's good to hear, Dennis. I'm glad you were out a little bit tonight. Yeah. Were you out last night by chance? It started really early and was really hot. Pretty early on, like it started around 8 o'clock and went until about 10:30, and then we started live streaming around 11. Of course, it went away. So, hey, Stanley, thanks. Yeah, nice to have you tuning in. Well, folks, it is 12:30 a.m. Sunday morning here in Fairbanks, Alaska, and that means it's time for me to say hello once again and remind you that if you are just tuning in for the first time, my name is Ron. We are the Aurora Chasers, and we are live streaming the Northern Lights from Fairbanks, Alaska tonight. And we will try to do this as often as we are able to over the course of the winters. So if you have not already, please do subscribe. And if you hit the bell icon while you're subscribing, that will alert you every time we start live streaming the Northern Lights. That way you never miss it. Tonight, as of this moment, is a little bit weaker on the aurora front. It looks like we might have a little bit going on in the south part of the sky, so I'm going to swing the camera as far south as I'm able to. And we'll see what we got going there. We got a little band overhead here, a little bit here. And I think there's some more action south, but let me see. Maybe it's just west. No, it's just in the west here. But yeah, we don't want you guys to miss this. So we aren't able to live stream every night, but when we are, this is the place we will be doing that. So make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss any of that. If you do want to experience this for yourself, a great way to do that is to visit our website at www.theaurorachasers.com, where you'll find information about our Northern Lights photo tours, where we take folks out, teach them how to photograph the Northern Lights. Ooh, nice shooting star. Teach them how to shoot shooting stars and experience this aurora for themselves, make some nice portraits of you guys in front of the aurora, and just have a great time out there. Sounds like we've got a couple of past clients. I know Dennis and Stanley both here have been out with us, and always like to see people that we know here, and always nice to meet new folks. So hop on up and come hang out with us. Got some pretty decent action going on almost straight overhead, actually slightly south of us. So I pointed the camera up that direction, and we'll keep an eye on that. It looks like that may kind of bounce back towards the south and then make its way back into the north part of the sky. So I'll try to stay with it as best as I can here with the camera. I've got a little camera robot to drive that camera around. We'll see if we can stay with it here. If we get lucky, maybe we'll get a little corona action. Hey, Andrea. Good to see you. Yeah. Uh, Hello from Fairbanks, Alaska, all the way down to Alabama. Hey, Carla. Yeah. Hello from Fairbanks, all the way to Tennessee as well. Um, yeah, it is a little tough on a cruise. I'll be honest with you. The cruise season kind of overlaps our Aurora season, but just barely at the tail end of cruise season is kind of just barely the start of our Aurora season. We start up in really September. You can start to see stars about the middle of August, but really the best time where you actually get some true darkness, at least enough to see good stars and auroras. Kind of that last week of August into the first week of September time frame. Um, if you're really wanting to see the aurora, I would do a dedicated trip to Fairbanks specifically for that purpose, and spend 5 to 7 nights if you can out diligently chasing and really increase your odds there. Um, but cruises are tough. It's a bit further south, and if you're doing the land cruise part, you might get lucky and catch it on the couple of nights you're up here in Fairbanks. But really, your best bet is to do a trip specifically for that. Well, thank you, Carla. That's great to hear, and we look forward to meeting you. Swing this camera back around to the north here, give you guys a view. There is a little bit, obviously, kind of a faint green band there happening across the northern sky right under the Big Dipper and right through the Big Dipper here. So I'll point the camera that way, and hopefully we'll get a little more action. It's kind of flirting with giving us a show. It's just not quite doing it yet. Hey Ryan, welcome to Fairbanks. If you want some good spots to go see the aurora, the closest and the best spot when it's clear and everything that's easy to get to really is probably the Pipeline viewpoint, just about 8 miles north of town. That one's a fairly simple one to get to and good spot on a good clear night. If it's a little bit cloudy, then the light pollution's too much of an issue, but a little further out is Esther Dome on a good clear night. A couple other spots you can check out. Visit our website, www.theaurorachasers.com, and check out the FAQs page there. And near the bottom of the page, you'll see a section about other places that you can go out. I think I've got 6 in total listed there. And if you click on them, they'll pull up a Google Map pin, and you're able to check out and get a location for each of those. A little bit of details about each one as well. Yeah, Mary Grace, they certainly are teasing right now. They're kind of they get a little brighter, they pretend they're going to do something, and then they fade back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 o'clock in the morning on Sunday here in Fairbanks, Alaska. We are live streaming the Northern Lights. My name is Ron with the Aurora Chasers, and we are finally getting some nice action here after a long wait. We've all been at it about 2 hours here. Look at that. That is just gorgeous. As you're enjoying this beautiful show, if you have not already and you're new here, please do subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss out on future shows. Clicking the bell icon does help. It gets you alerted when we go live so that you don't miss things like this. And this is incredible. I'm going to try to stay with it here. Look at that. That's what we were waiting for. Beautiful. So for those of you who have never seen the Northern Lights, this is what we wait for. This is why we are out there every night and always hoping for something such as this. This is I'm pointed kind of southwest at the moment. And if this band continues to pick up and move towards the north overhead, it may give us a really good show. I don't want to jinx it, but generally when we get the really impressive auroras is when it starts in the south like this and then makes its way back towards the north. Beautiful piano key movement. Shifting back towards the west here. Definitely building up to something here. Aim the camera a little higher up here and see what's going on up higher. Looks like we're starting to get some action right in the top there. Look at that. See if I can shift perspective and get a little wider. There we go. Look at that. She is dancing for us now. Pretty incredible show. You may see kind of the W shape in the stars there. That is Cassiopeia. That is right at the top of the sky for us right now, and right in the heart of what little bit of the Milky Way we see here. Oh man, look at that. We may get a little bit of purples in that if it keeps it up. Oh, here comes the purples. Here comes the purples. Oh, this is awesome. Wow, look at that. Tip the camera down just a bit for you guys. Try to stay with this really fast moving stuff. It's just all over the sky now. It doesn't matter where we point the camera. This is incredible. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm glad you're here watching, guys. Just incredible. All the way up into the top of the sky. Ah, I just love this kind of aurora. All right, I'm going to tip back down to the north. Looks like we're getting a little more action kind of in the northwest here. Oh my goodness, look at that, guys. I can't get the camera there fast enough. Beautiful. Oh my goodness, look at that. Just incredible. Look at those purples, guys. This is incredible. Just awesome. Incredible. Sorry guys, I forgot about the chat there. I got a little distracted by that awesome aurora. Let me try to catch up here. Hey Mick, all the way from Australia, Queensland. How you doing, mate? Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Stanley, wish you were here too, man. I'm glad you're here watching at least with us. This is that was that was what I was hoping to show you guys. That's incredible. Just incredible. Looks like it's picking back up again here, maybe too. Emily says, "How much of the colors do you actually see with your eyes? Because I photograph Northern Lights myself where I live, and I can rarely see the colors with my eyes, only through the camera." That is absolutely correct, Emily. Great observation. Check out our channel. If you're not already subscribed, please do so. A, so you don't miss these in the future, and B, so you can check out some of the other videos. But we have a whole video on that topic. I believe it's something about are these colors fake or something like that? Are photographers lying to you about the colors? The colors are there, but you're correct. Our eyes don't typically see all of that color the way the camera does. So those purples that we were just watching a minute ago, you would absolutely see those with your eyes. Maybe some of those brighter greens when they were really hopping there. But generally speaking, no, it's not near as colorful to our naked eye. Colors are there. It's just that our eyes don't see them as well because we're essentially looking at the aurora with our night vision, which is black and white. But check out that video. It'll go into lots of detail about that and help you understand that a little bit better, why that happens. Awesome, Megan. Taking a little break and catching some auroras with us. Awesome. Thank you so much. You're appreciated too. I'm glad you guys are here watching with us. Yeah, Emily, that definitely has an impact too. Being right underneath the aurora oval makes a difference as well. We happen to be in the pretty prime spot to get, nights like this fairly consistently. Yeah, you bet, Emily. Nice little 200 or maybe 210 degree pan there, just to kind of show you guys how things are looking there. We were kind of looking south, maybe slightly southeast, and now we're looking kind of north here. We'll point just slightly northeast here. That's where most of the action is at the moment. Definitely faded out from what we got to see earlier. That was pretty spectacular, but there's the Big Dipper right in the middle of the frame there, behind those trees. Up in Esther, kind of Esther Dome area. Hey, Emily, thanks. Yeah, glad you enjoyed that. Figured that might help out. It is 1:31 a.m. Sunday morning here in Fairbanks, Alaska. So it means it's time for me to check in and tell you folks, if you are just joining us for the first time and you haven't been here, if you weren't here half an hour ago, I apologize, but you missed a heck of a show. This video will be posted on the YouTube channel once the live stream is ended at 3 o'clock in the morning, Alaska time. And at about the 2 hour mark exactly is right when the best part of the aurora thus far tonight really flared up and took off. So if you want to check back in later, that's the mark you want to look for. I'll try to put chapter markers in sometime in the next couple of days. But if you are new here, please do subscribe to the channel. We don't want you to miss anything. And if you click the bell icon, you'll get notifications when we live stream just like this so that you can be here watching the best of the best auroras with us. We can't live stream every night. We do run tours. My wife and myself, Marquetta, we run the Aurora Chasers. We take folks out and teach them how to photograph northern lights and how to enjoy, or how to get to the good spots. And we take portraits of them out under the aurora. And we just generally have a good time. If that's something you're interested in, you can find info on that at www.theaurorachasers.com. But when we're not doing that, we do like to live stream as much as we can whenever we have clear skies and good aurora. We will be here live streaming for you, so be sure to subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss that. And thanks everybody so far who's tuned in. Yeah, no doubt, Emily. It is quite the build, and then a big explosion, and then it just kind of settles right back down. Sometimes it'll go like that for, off and on for hours. Sometimes it's just once a night. Maybe we get a couple of bursts throughout the night. I don't know if it's done yet. Let's take a look at our conditions here. Looks like, so if you look at this graph, we're looking at three factors here. We've got the wind speeds are still over 500, so that's looking great. That's the yellow line. 300 or better is typically decent for auroras in Fairbanks, which is why they're kind of spread out all over the sky. The energy is definitely there. We did have a very fast, sharp drop in the density, which is the line, the orange line above the yellow line there, right in the middle of the chart. Density is the measurement of the particles that are in the cloud of plasma essentially coming from the sun that creates the aurora. So how much energy is there, how much material is there essentially. And then the BZ is that line at the top. And you can see this is a 2-hour plot that we're looking at. The red line is the BZ measurement, and when it's above the white dashed line there, that is what we consider BZ north, that is bad. That kind of turns the aurora off. And then when it dips and goes south again, that turns the aurora back on typically. And so, especially on a night like tonight, that's probably why we're seeing a bit of that on again, off again kind of action because you can see that BZ has been kind of south, 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 and then a dip north, and then a little bit south, and then back to the north, and then a dip south, and then a big bit to the north. And that last little bit there, this chart is coming from a satellite that hangs out in space between us and the sun, and so we probably won't see that north bit until another 10 or 15 minutes here. We're probably just headed into that middle dip to the south, so we'll probably get a little bit more action. Then it'll probably shut down for that duration of about 20 minutes there, 15, 20 minutes. Then it went right back south, and if that stays south for any length of time, we will get another decent burst potentially. So we'll just kind of have to keep watching here. Yeah, Emily, that's what you need to know is BZ South is good. I won't go into too much detail, but basically it just has to do with magnetic polarity. So you're talking about the essentially the magnetic polarity of the energy coming from the sun versus the magnetic polarity of Earth. And if you line them up north to north, essentially it's like sticking two magnets together the same way. They will repel each other. And so what normally would produce auroras for us essentially kind of gets deflected and blocked out. And then when it goes south, it's the opposite, and we get a nice magnetic coupling, and that energy shoots right in. Doesn't always go that way. Sometimes we're a little baffled when we're looking at the conditions, and then we're looking at the aurora itself and kind of seeing what's going on there. But typically, that's the pattern it follows. Easiest way to think of it is just a gate, right? The further south that BZ is, the wider open that gate is. And then when it hits that zero line, it's like the gate's been closed. And then the further north it goes, the more locks are engaged on that gate for those particles. So, yes, you are correct. Easy way is BZ South is great. Do note that there is that time delay, though, and that time delay is variable depending on those solar wind speeds. So, roughly at 400 kilometers per second, it's about 60 minutes from the time we see that that chart change until we see that manifested here on Earth, because that satellite's approximately give or take 400 kilometers away. So the faster it is, the less time it takes for those changes to impact us, and the slower the wind speeds, the longer it takes for those changes to hit us. And I apologize, Amelia. I think I kept calling you Emily, and I just realized your name is Amelia, so forgive me. Yeah, no problem, Amelia. Glad to be able to share it with folks once in a while. Like I said, we'll try to do this as often as we can. Anytime it's a good night, if we're kind of hanging out at home and want to stay warm and snuggle with the puppies and watch the aurora, we'll do it through the camera and share it with you guys. We do, like I said, try to get out as much as we can, but we'll also try to stream when we can. So kind of fun to share it with folks. I gotcha. All right, you're really making me feel better there. As I look closer, though, I definitely messed the name up. But thanks for thanks for letting me off the hook and making me feel better about it. We look off to the left of the frame. I'm gonna roll the camera to the west, slightly south. You'll see we got a little bit of pulsating aurora going on there. Which is kind of fascinating aurora. It doesn't photograph well, so when we're photographing it, it's not really fun to take pictures of because it flickers in and out so fast that in the time our shutters are open, basically, with this kind of aurora, you'd be looking at probably a 15 or 20-second exposure. And in that time, that aurora changes so much, it basically essentially fills in everything with light. And so it looks just cloudy blobs of colored light. So not super spectacular to photograph, but it is fascinating to watch and to film because it moves so quickly and kind of moves around and changes so much. It's really weak, faint aurora. This is probably an effect of that North BZ now, blocking the energy out. We saw in that chart that the energy's pretty intense at the moment, but the particles are essentially being locked out, and so not able to get those nice defined bands, but it's kind of pulsating. It's shifting in and out pretty quickly. Ooh, nice shooting star right down the frame. Who saw that? Uh, but yeah, it's kind of fascinating to watch, and it's kind of fun to have it on a live stream because it's not super rare, but it's also not super common. And just I always just enjoy sitting and watching it. And like I said, it doesn't photograph well, so I'll just lay back and enjoy. Bummer, Amelia. Yeah, I'll have to remember to come back and put a chapter marker at that spot in the next couple days when I do chapter markers on this video. Hey, Charles, great question. And Marquette and I just celebrated our 10th. So we'd love to help you guys celebrate your 30th under the Aurora. To find all the details, you can visit our website at www.theaurorachasers.com. And right there, the very front page will have all the information about the tours. And the FAQs section of the website covers lots and lots of information about traveling here and best timing and all of that kind of stuff. There's also lots of videos here on the channel that will go into some details to help you plan out your trip. And if you have any questions that aren't covered there on the website, you can always hit that contact us link right on the website. That goes right to my inbox, and you are welcome to shoot me an email with any questions you have that aren't covered over there. Hi, Storm Chaser. Yeah, this is in real time. We're capturing this at 24 frames a second. I believe the stream is playing back at 30 frames a second because that's the options I'm given for YouTube streaming. But yeah, it's all being shot at 24 frames a second, so it is absolutely real time. You'll notice right now not a lot of action out there, so it's kind of calm and we're not seeing a whole lot. But if you're just tuning in now, when this video when the stream ends and the video goes live up on the YouTube channel, go back to about the 2 hour mark. And I think right at about 2 hours into the stream tonight, we ended up with a really spectacular show. Very potentially could get some more auroras. We'll take a look at Ace again here. Looks like dipped south in the BZ, then it went way north as we talked about, then it dipped south for a good 10 minutes there. And now it's just been kind of hanging right on the line since then. So we'll kind of have to keep an eye on that. But we could very well, right at that next big dip, we could get another little flare. Density and winds are definitely looking good enough for that. So we'll see what happens here. I'm going to shift the camera back over towards the north sky and see if that there's a little faint band there in the north. Pretty low on the horizon. It might be too low to see from our vantage point here. But we'll shift over that way and see what we can find. Oh yeah, there it is. Do northern lights produce a sound? That is an excellent question, and I can't give you an answer to that. There's lots of science yet to be done on that topic, but if you would like to explore that further on our channel, again, I'll refer you to another video. I believe it's called the 5 facts or 5 misconceptions or something like that about the northern lights, and we cover that topic pretty extensively in there. Yeah, Emily, there's or Amelia, sorry, still doing it. There's quite a bit on there. If you check out, like I said, that Northern Lights explained series of videos we've done, and we're gonna start working on that again here soon and cranking out some more videos. We took a little break after the COVID period, relocated back to Fairbanks full time. You'll see in some of those videos we were shooting some of that stuff in Hawaii. We were splitting time back and forth, so working on the YouTube studio as we speak, and we'll be putting out more of that stuff. But lots of great information in there. Kind of fun way to spend my COVID time was learning how to make videos. Hey Stanley, no, we moved back to Fairbanks full time last January, so we are residents and full time again. And actually, this stream is right from our house. All right, guys, this looks like this might be our dip south. You'll notice the aurora is starting to get a little bit brighter. Starting to get a little bit of motion in it again. Unfortunately, it's right behind the trees at the moment. But hopefully it will pick up again, and we might, I think this is that little dip south on the BZ we were looking at earlier. So maybe we'll get a little bit of action out of that before it goes back towards the 0 point. Well, guys, if that was our dip south, that was uneventful. It's still kind of flirting with doing something, so we'll keep watching here. I'm not sure if it's going to materialize or not. Starting to see some rays here and there, but not quite what I was expecting with that dip. Maybe this is that first dip. Let's take a look at our charts again. See what our updates are. So it looks like we're... Yeah, maybe we're in that BZ North coming right into that dip in the south there. That would be about the right timing. We'll have to watch and see. Hopefully we'll get a little bump here in the activity. All right, guys, it's about 2:15 a.m. Sunday morning here in Fairbanks, Alaska. A couple of you chiming in. It's beautiful and looks like it's getting a little brighter. It definitely is. We're kind of pointed southwest again here. Looking at that South Band building again. Those who have been on the stream for a while probably recall the last time the Aurora took off, it built in the south. So hopefully this will pick up a little bit more yet and give us another nice little show. If you're just tuning in, please do subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss any of these videos in the future. We will live stream as often as we are able. Of course, Marquetta and myself run the Aurora Chasers, and we are out taking folks on nightly tours, teaching them how to photograph the Aurora and getting them some Aurora portraits of themselves out in front of this magical nature show. And getting them out to the good locations to be taking photos. So we're not available to stream every night, but when we are, we'll be streaming here on the channel quite a bit this winter. So be subscribed so you don't miss out on that. Hello there, walking. Shout out from Fairbanks, Alaska, way down south to Perth, Australia, where they have southern lights instead of northern lights. Every once in a while, if it's a really, really good night from the southern tip of Tassie, you can occasionally see those southern lights. Yeah, no doubt. I can imagine. A, it's tough to catch them because it does have to be a really spectacular night, and you kind of have to know it's coming. And then B, as you said, they're typically so low on the horizon that what you're seeing really is the top edge where the reds are happening. We see a lot of that in the states from folks who are like, say, Idaho and Montana and Wisconsin and those kinds of areas, where they see them rarely, but they see those reds more than we do on the top because of the angle that they're looking at them at. They're so far south. So yeah, kind of a different perspective, but man, they sure do make some pretty photos when I see them from down your way. Hey Charles, love to hear that. Yeah, we try to get out and share the information and share the auroras with everybody as much as we can. It's kind of a labor of love and one of our passions. But yeah, we'd love to have you out. Hey, Amelia. If you're talking about that big bright spot, that would be Jupiter, actually. Pleiades, I don't think I can quite get the camera pointed towards Pleiades without the house being in the way. Oh, yeah, Pleiades. I can get to Pleiades. It's right there in the top left of the frame, just above the weather station in the shot there. Is that what you were talking about, Amelia? That was a nice shooting star. Hopefully somebody got that. Awesome, Amelia. Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? I'm gonna definitely have to put a chapter marker in for that one. It's end of October. We're at the tail end of a meteor shower here, so still getting a couple nice shooting stars a night. About a week and a half ago, it was just like bunches and like dozens every night. It was incredible. Hey, no problem there, Amelia. Thanks for sticking with us as long as you have. We're probably going to shut down here at 3 a.m. anyway, so about 8 minutes from now, unless this thing really takes off. It's kind of looking like it's fading out, and we're about to hit breakup time here at 3 o'clock in the morning. So we'll probably be ending the stream. For those of you just tuning in, we'll keep things running until about 3, and unless anything picks up at that point, we will say goodnight to you. But if you are just joining us for the first time and you haven't been here earlier in the evening, do check out the video once it posts to the YouTube channel, right at about the 2 hour mark, especially. We ended up having quite a phenomenal show, so be sure to bounce back and check that section out for about a half an hour there. It's been great having you all along. Certainly appreciate everybody tuning in. And like I said, if you're not already, do subscribe so that you don't miss any of these other videos. And be sure to check out some of our other videos on the channel. We've got lots of great content based around the Northern Lights and photography in general. So have a browse around. All right, guys, I'll check back in with you right before 3 o'clock, but before we head out. But enjoy the show until then. Yeah, no worries, Tim. If it does build back up, I'll keep it running a little longer. We'll keep an eye on it. Alrighty, folks. The Aurora seems to be going to bed, and I think Marquetta and myself are going to do the same thing. We let the little man stay up with us tonight to enjoy the show as well, so got to get him to bed. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you all tonight. Really appreciate you guys tuning in and sticking around with us and enjoying the Northern Lights with us. Just one final time before I part ways with y'all. If you are not already subscribed, please do so. We'd love to have you guys subscribe to the channel and be alerted when we do these live streams. As far as activity the next couple of nights, tomorrow night is quiet to active, and Monday night is unsettled to active. Tomorrow looks like we may have some cloud issues, and we're probably going to take a night and rest, but if things are looking good on Monday, we will be running another live stream on Monday night. So be sure to check back then and see if we manage to get the right conditions. All right, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time.